Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 18th Tsuda University Intercollegiate English Speech Contest for the Umeko Cup. Let us start the opening ceremony. I'd like to welcome today's 10 speakers. The first speaker is Ms. Sawa Mashiko from St. Paul's University ESS. The second speaker is Ms. Ryoko Matsui from Hosei University ESS. The third speaker is Mr. Koki Nakazawa from Takasaki City University of Economics ESS. The fourth speaker is Mr. Hayato Kojima from Keio University ESS. The fifth speaker is Ms. Toka Mori from Waseda University ESA. The sixth speaker is Ms. Kano Sudo from Takasaki City University of Economics ESS. The seventh speaker is Ms. Miyu Sugiyama from Doshisha University ESS. The eighth speaker is Ms. Yumiko Minegishi from Keio University ESS. The ninth speaker is Ms. Arisa Kawamura from Waseda University ESS. And the last speaker is Ms. Yuri Mori, representing Tsuda University ESS. Next, I'd like to introduce today's three judges. The judges are Mr. Matthew Miller, he is from the United States and teaches English at Tokyo Women's Christian University. He teaches a public speaking course designed to help students gain skills and confidence needed for presentations and speeches. He has participated as a judge at the Umeko Cup several times in the past. Mr. Yuya Kubota, he was a member of Waseda University ESA in 2012 to 2014 and co-speech instructor in 2015. In 2014, he won the first prize at Waseda Trophy, Seikawa Trophy, Momiji Cup, and many others. Also, in 2014, he won the second prize at Ikeda Cup, Hosei University President's Cup, and won the third prize at Oki Cup, Amano Trophy, Potato Cup, and President's Cup of the University of the Sacred Heart. He is a five-time finalist of the Todai Trophy in 2015 to 2019. In 2016 and 2017, he won third prize, and in 2019, he won second prize and the audience prize. Besides working for a city development company, he has judged various speech contests such as Churchill Trophy, Fukuzawa Trophy, and Hosei University President's Cup. Ms. Masumi Kanada, she was a member of West Speech Section in 2012 and was the first prize winner of Tanimoto Presidential Cup, Seikawa Trophy, and University of Tokyo ESS Trophy. After graduating Waseda University, she worked for Marubeni Corporation and engaged in developing new business models that utilize cutting-edge technologies. Currently, she works as a translator, specializing in IT, marketing, and general business documents and also enjoy serving as a judge in multiple ESS speech contests. Today, we're happy and honored to be able to host the 18th Umeko Cup. The concept of this year is Next, Ms. Hirona Miyake, the president of the Tsuda University ESS, will give us the opening address.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my greatest pleasure to give the opening address for the 18th University Intercollegiate English Speech Contest for the Umeko Cup. First of all, I would like to express my great appreciation to all of you who have chosen to participate in this contest. The concept for the Umeko Cup this year is Sky Lantern, illuminate the future with your hearing vision. I would like all speakers to fascinate the audience with your speech and illuminate the future. Lastly, I hope that everyone enjoys today's contest. Good luck, thank you.
Now, the Umeko Cup will be returned by Ms. Kokoro Yamashita. Ms. Yamashita, representing Keio University, was the first prize winner of the 17th Umeko Cup. She delivered the speech under the title of Your Thoughtful Consideration. However, for the prevention of the spread of COVID-19, Ms. Kaori Tanaka will take Ms. Yamashita's place. Ms. Arima is the executive chairperson of the Umeko Cup this year. Ms. Tanaka and Ms. Arima, would you please come up to the stage? The Umeko Cup will be returned. A replica of the Umeko Cup will be given to Ms. Yamashita. Thank you, Ms. Tanaka and Ms. Arima. Next, I will explain the rules of this contest. 1. Each speaker has 8 minutes to present their speeches. The time will be counted from the first word of the speech. greetings are not included. 2. If the speech exceeds 8 minutes, they will be asked to stop speaking. 3. The speaker will be demoted by 1 rank for going over the time limit. 4. After each speech, there is a 3-minute questions and answer session. Speakers can continue to answer the last question, even if the time goes over 3 minutes. And the questioners will be rotated by 3 different judges. 5. If a speaker has trouble delivering a speech due to some network error and the problem continues, the next speaker may go ahead. The prior speaker may try again after the other speakers have finished their speeches. Also, if a speaker loses internet connection and difficult to deliver a speech as a last speaker, we will play the recording. Lastly, let me introduce the audience prize and its system. This was started in order to get all the guests more involved in the Umeko Cup. Please evaluate each speaker on a scale of 1 to 3 based on your point of view. In order to maintain fairness, the audience prize will be determined by the average score that the speakers receive. There is a link in the YouTube description, so please vote from there by 3:30 p.m. I will announce the name of the speaker who gained the best score as the audience prize winner. We would be grateful for your cooperation. This contest is presented by Tsuda University English Speaking Society 講演カナダ大使館津田塾大学生活協同組合本日はお時間の都合上一部のみのご紹介とさせていただきます。I am the Master of Ceremonies, Maho Gotanda, and Haruka Minato. This concludes the opening ceremony. The first session will start in a few minutes. The 80th Tsuda University Intercollegiate English Speech Contest for the Umeko Cup is about to start. Judges and speakers, could you turn off your camera? To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the very first speaker of this contest. The first speaker is Ms. Sawa Mashiko from St. Paul's University ESS. She will deliver her speech under the title of Conversation with Confidence. Conversation with Confidence. Ms. Mashiko, please come up to the stage and light up your vision.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, organizers, and audiences beyond the screen. Good morning, everyone. Oh, what are you making for lunch? It's pasta. I'm good at cooking. Nice. It was a typical day in my dormitory. I talked to flatmates and enjoyed the conversation as usual. No, that wasn't what actually happened. They looked very fun, but I was not there. I like pasta too. No, that's not it. Come on, someone talks to me. In reality, I was just sitting alone, a little far from them. I set myself without confidence for conversation. I guess most of you have hesitated for a conversation before. Today, I want to bring one topic to light. There is the art of conversation, a skill all of us have, but may not found yet. After my speech, I hope we can hop into every conversation and find a feeling of excitement. We humans have a conversation in daily life. Why? Because living alone is impossible. Our whole life is made of conversation, such as getting information or making better relationships. Conversation is necessary for humans to live together. However, there are a lot of situations we give up. It happened to me too. In February, when I went to Australia, I was really looking forward to new encounters. However, when I talked with my flatmates, I was overly conscious of my talking skill. Like a hot day without water, my mouth came to dry. I prepared a lot of topics, but everything just disappeared from my head. Well, let's look back on our daily life together. Did you join every conversation around you? Imagine, in the new school time with your classmates, among your colleagues, or in the dinner time with your family. Have you ever found yourself giving up despite wanting to join a conversation? Finally, instead of joining it, you will try to cover up the situation by taking your cell phone, won't you? So, why don't we have the confidence to join a conversation? It's because we think we have to be good talkers. Good talkers are people who have wonderful talking skills, such as interesting stories, vast knowledge, and quick responses each time. With my flatmates, I was conscious of the talking aspect. Is my talking really interesting? What topic is the best for them? Oh, they will like such phrase. But when any interesting comment didn't pop up in my mind, I realized I was not a good talker. As a result, I gradually gave up joining in a conversation. Like this, we hesitate to join in every conversation around us because it's difficult to be good talkers in every conversation. But one day, I met another friend, and she changed of my view. Her name is Dia. When I looked at her hijab, I was very surprised because it was my first time to make a friend with a Muslim. I smiled at her, but I had no idea what to say. But at that moment, she talked to me. Hi, where are you from? I'm from Japan. I was very happy. The conversation was going on. But I wonder why I joined the conversation, so I said to Dio, I'm sorry because my poor talking skill. She gave me a startled look. Your smile makes me talk to you and feel like we will be good friends. It's also conversation, right? Yes, she never cared my talking skill. Then I realized being a good talker is not a priority during a conversation. The most important thing is how we act in a conversation. Conversation is not for good talker, but everyone. So, how should we do that? My suggestion is to use nonverbal communication skill. For example, making eye contact, using facial expressions, and listen carefully to the end. According to Ray Bradwisher, who is an interpersonal communication researcher in the USA, nonverbal communication has a 70% impact on a conversation, while verbal one has only 30%. Once we realize it, it's easy to change how we act in a conversation. We don't have to be afraid of talking skill anymore. And nonverbal communication gives us the trigger to join in it. Yes, nobody always wants us to be good at talking. The question is, when someone joins in the conversation, do you expect him or her to have a very interesting story to share? Probably not. Rather, aren't you more willing to engage with people who react warmly and make more conversation friendly? We should be more confident in our nonverbal communication skill instead of forcing us to be good talker. If your friend is worried making a contact with a big smile and nodding head with a lot of reactions, won't you be so happy and you can't stop conversation, right? And that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm always doing. Making eye contact with the best smile. Sawa, your smile is the best responding I ever got. Such a word always reminds me that it's not all about talking. Conversation is not for showing wonderful talk. Conversation is for everyone to enjoy new connections, views, and possibility. So why do we join in it? I really hope this tip gives us the confidence and changing the way of thinking about what conversation is for. Thank you.
Now we have questions and answer sessions for 3 minutes. Mr. Kubota, could you turn on your camera and start the questions and answers?
Okay, hi, Sawa-san.
Hello.
Hello. You have a wonderful smile.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I'm so astonished by your wonderful smile, beautiful smile. Yeah, I love you, the way you speak. Yeah, I think I have to give you a score for the nonverbal communication.
I'm glad to hear that.
Okay, so let's begin the question and answer session. So first, you said that things like facial expression is important when joining the conversation, right?
Yes.
But like, imagine the situation. Like, I suppose I was talking with my friend, and you were wanting to join our conversation. So you were just standing there in the distance place, just smiling. So don't you feel that it's a kind of scary situation? Talking together, but some stranger, I would say the stranger, is smiling at us. What would you think about this kind of case?
Yeah, but I don't think it's weird because if the people who makes a very smart, I want to talk with her or him because it's a sign to, positive sign for conversation, and I'm sure that I can receive such a sign. But yeah, as you said, also talking is important. So the next step is our opinion to go from our heart, I think.
Okay. My next question is about the smiling. You know, like what do you think about the fake smile? Okay.
Yeah.
So how can we distinguish the fake smile and the true smile?
Okay, thank you for your question. For that, we should enjoy from the bottom of our heart. So if you have fake smile, it's because you have a scared feeling. So please remember that a little bit smile is okay if you really want to enjoy the conversation.
Okay, so the balance is important.
Yeah.
So maybe this is the last word. It's a very difficult question. So now this is Umeko Cup. You're now participating in speech contest. So everyone knows that nonverbal communication skill is important. Is actually included in the judging criteria, as I said.
Yeah.
So we all know that. We already know that. So what else would you give us as a lesson?
Yeah, this is a difficult question, but I know that all speakers know nonverbal communication important in speech, but in the daily conversation, especially if I met the people for the first time, maybe you forget the nonverbal communication skill because in your mind there is what should I talk? What topic is the best? So please remember that in daily conversation, nonverbal communication is also important and it's really necessary for humans to live together.
Okay, the time has come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kubota and Ms. Mashiko. Now is the judging time. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. Let us welcome the second speaker. The second speaker is Ms. Ryoko Matsui from Hosei University ESS. She will deliver her speech under the title of Be the Way You Are. Be the Way You Are. Ms. Matsui, please come up to the stage and light up your vision.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was a good pretender, always wearing a mask to pretend and make a nice first impression. When I joined the brass band in junior high, I was a lazy person, so I wore a mask of a Negro beaver because the tone of the coach and older student communicated to me. You must be earnest and committed individual. Finally, I became their favorite. Without noticing, it was only due to the mask. When you meet someone for the first time, what do you care about? I'm sure the biggest concern is whether we can make a good first impression to be accepted by others. This anxiety causes us to put on masks. It could be the honor student to teachers or the cool person to new friends. Unfortunately, this hides who you really are and makes you suffer. It may work for a short time, but requires a heavy price in the long run. So, My message today is very simple. Be the way you are. That's it, no big deal, just one message. Be the way you are. I hope this message will change how you think and act during those many initial encounters you will face throughout your life. Please imagine that you gave a terrible first impression to a new friend. You must be like, oh my gosh, I can never be friends with him. Yes, we tend to think the first impressions are the only thing that matters to be accepted by others. This is why we're gonna set extremes to make a good initial impression. However, please remember your first impression of your best friends. Were they all positive ones? I imagine not, or maybe you don't even remember. Even if a poor first impression was made, you took the time to get to know each other. So we are overestimating the importance of first impression. It is not so essential in long-term relationships. The most important factor is being the way you really are, to not put a burden on yourself at the first meeting and all times thereafter. Going back to my school life, I still remember that day when the coach chose me to be the leader. It meant I had to keep wearing the mask, which I wasn't keen about. But I couldn't refuse because of the team's big applause, which made me feel accepted. This pressure to live up to someone else's expectations was like a wall closing on me day by day. I tried my best, but gradually my truth emerged and showed I wasn't suited for that position. Every time I made a mistake, I heard someone say, I thought Ryoka could do better. I eventually lost their trust, and finally, I was removed as a leader. Then I realized who they trusted wasn't really me. It was a made-up person. At the moment, I was overcome with regret, sadness, and a sense of emptiness. By pretending, you might be able to make a good impression at the time, but it will cause you to suffer and lose a lot of important things like lasting relationships or the confidence of others. I learned from my experience. We shouldn't live our lives for other people in the desperate hope they might like us. You might still be afraid of being hated if you show your true self, so you try to conceal yourself by wearing a mask which someone expects. But ask yourself, do you really want to be friends with those who just like their real self? You shouldn't have to pretend. There's no reason for it, isn't it? If you don't wear a mask, you can have friends who like your true self. People should accept others for who they are. Nothing more, nothing less. In order to be yourself, you must know who you are. Then I want you to remember this key. Who you want to be is the way you are. In the first place, we must be able to differentiate the real self and the false one. The difference between them is want to and have to. The person who you want to be is the way you are because it's your own ideal. But if you feel even a little obligated that have to be a certain way, that is not your real self because it's just someone else's expectation. Don't lose yourself. Remember this key. Who you want to be is the way you are. When I joined the ESS, I almost put on the mask of a grade school girl, but I imagined who I wanted to be, and it wasn't that. So I didn't pretend to never repeat my junior high experience. Then this year, my girlfriends started introducing me like this. At first, it may seem hard to talk to her, but not really. Being the way I am, it made me honest with myself, my friends, and everyone who meet for the first time. This is why now they are my true friends who trust and accept the real me. It makes me so happy to have people I want to keep being its friends even after I graduate. To thine no self be true. This is a phrase from Shakespeare. It means one must be honest in his ways and relationships. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to throw away your mask. Why don't you build more meaningful and long-lasting relationships? If you want to be like your real self, if you want to be with friends with confidence in the future. It took me a while, but now I can say with confidence, be the way you are. Thank you.
Now we have questions and answers sessions for 3 minutes. Mr. Miller, could you turn on your camera and start the questions and answers?
Hello, Ryoko. Thank you very much for your speech.
Thank you.
It's very energetic. I enjoyed watching it. Okay, I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Let's see. My first question is, you told us that your friends started introducing you by saying, first, it may be hard to talk to her, but not really.
Yes.
Why? Why is it hard to talk to you at first?
Well, I think maybe when I meet someone for the first time, I don't talk so much. So I think that they felt like that. It's hard to talk to me. Maybe so.
So maybe you can learn from our first speaker, just smile and then.
Yes, maybe.
Because you have a great smile. So, okay, thank you. And I have another question. Let's see. So, you tell us the difference between, who we really are is who we want to be, not who we have to be, right?
Yes.
But how do you suggest that we know who we want to be? How can I find out who I want to be?
The way is whether we feel obligated to be that person. Because if we feel obligated about it, it means that we feel obligated. If we feel obligated and it's someone else's expectation. But if we want to be the person from the bottom of our heart, it means that our ideal person and it's the ideal and it's our person who we want to be.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And so when you give a speech, is this really you, or is it like a mask of a speaker? Are we seeing the real Ryoko?
In the speech?
Yeah.
I think it's real me because I'm delivering speech with the message who I really want to say to the audience. Yes.
Okay. Oh, good answer. Good answer. Yeah, I think I would like to see all of our speakers be really themselves up on the stage. Okay, so, no more time. Sorry. Okay. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller and Miss Matsui. Now is the judging time. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. Let us welcome the third speaker. The third speaker is Mr. Koki Nakazawa from Takasaki State University of Economics ESS. He will deliver his speech under the title of Hear the Sound, Tear the Circle. Hear the sound, tear the circle. Mr. Nakazawa, please come up to the stage and light up your vision.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Hello, everyone. I was always a liar. It all started in a quiet calligraphy class in elementary school. While everyone concentrated on calligraphy, my abdomen suddenly began to grumble. Students around me giggled and asked me, "Are you hungry?" I laughed off by saying, "I'm super hungry." Although I was not at all. This kind of interaction took place not only one day, but every day, and I kept lying. I was tired of lying, and I didn't want to go to school. But I kept on. Why do you think I kept lying? It was because I had IBS. IBS stands for Irritable Bowel Syndrome, which is a condition that affects the digestive system even though there is no inflammatory disease. It causes symptoms like stomach pain or cramps, constipation, diarrhea, gurgling stomach noises, and so on, which lasts for more than several months. There are a lot of people who suffer from the syndrome. The survey by Dr. Miwa Hiroto, a professor at Hyogo College of Medicine, shows that about 1 out of 10 people in Japan is estimated to have IBS. Today, I'm standing here to spread awareness of IBS. If there's someone among you who is not aware that you have IBS, I would like you to realize it. If there's an IBS patient around you, I would like you to give your mental support to them. I hope my speech can offer you a deep understanding of IBS and help IBS patients live a worry-free life. As I mentioned earlier, IBS symptoms are quite common, such as diarrhea or constipation, so it is difficult for IBS patients to notice their medical problems. Therefore, many potential IBS patients don't go to see a doctor and do nothing about it. According to the survey by Dr. Miwa again, only 16% of the potential IBS patients in Japan have actually consulted a doctor. If you leave it without doing anything, mental symptoms such as depression, nervousness, and anxiety can occur. You may not be able to withstand them eventually. These mental symptoms may lead some patients to become unable to go to school or work. How does such a harmful syndrome develop? It is considered that stress is one of the major causes of IBS, and a vicious circle of stress and symptoms can be a factor of the worsening of IBS. In this vicious circle, when one feels stressed, his symptoms worsen. He puts up with the symptoms and he feels more stressed, which worsens the symptoms. Thus, he gets trapped in the circle of IBS. Now, let me go back to my story. As I described at the beginning of my speech, the problem with my abdomen started in a calligraphy class when I was 10 years old. I was always troubled with the question of what a real friend was, and it was really stressful. This, I believe, was a trigger for my vicious circle. I couldn't predict when my bowel would grumble, so I spent each day with a strong anxiety. I wasn't able to get rid of this anxiety, and I wasn't able to stop the vicious circle. I suffered from this condition for 9 years. I always lived with my abdomen first, hoping it wouldn't grumble both at school and outside school. I couldn't learn or memorize anything in class, and I couldn't enjoy hanging out with friends at all. I couldn't do what I wanted to do, and I couldn't enjoy what ordinary students could enjoy because of stress caused by my condition. One day, a friend of mine noticed my gurgling sounds and spoke to me. "Koki, your bowel is always making sounds. I think you have IBS." Then he explained about IBS to me. My symptoms were exactly the same as those of IBS, and I realized that I had IBS. I told him about my everyday concerns. Through speaking up, I recognized the worries and stress that caused my IBS. I understood troubles and got rid of the stress. Then, little by little, the symptoms of my IBS diminished. By now, some of you may have started to think that you might have IBS. If so, take courage and talk to someone such as friends, colleagues, and family to break your vicious circle. Talking with them about the symptoms or concerns, you can describe your anxiety and worries in words. By describing them, you can make clear what your problems are. When you see your problems, you can seek solutions. When you found solutions, your anxiety and worries can be resolved. This can reduce the stress, which leads to the relief of the symptoms. Thus, talking to someone can stop the vicious circle. Also, by now, some of you may have started to think that IBS has nothing to do with you, but there is something you can do for IBS patients. If there is someone who seems to have IBS around you, speak to them to help them stop their vicious circle. If you talk to them about IBS, those potential patients can notice their medical problems. Even patients who are already aware of their IBS can learn that there is someone who understands and is willing to support them. Just listen to them, and this relieves IBS patients. In this way, by talking and listening to them, you can create an opportunity to change the IBS patients' vicious circle. Today, you've learned about IBS, and you now know that there are some people who are struggling with it. When you hear the sound of the stomach, why don't you talk about IBS with courage? That courage will be the first step for tearing the harmful vicious circle from IBS patients. Beyond that step lies the path that leads to a bright future for both IBS patients and those around them. Let's open up the way together. Let's keep walking together. And let's live in an IBS-friendly world. together. Thank you very much.
Now, we have questions and answer session for 3 minutes. Miss Kanada, could you turn on your camera and start the questions and answers?
Okay, hi, Mr. Nakazawa.
Hello.
Thank you for sharing your experience. 9 years, that's pretty long. And I'm sure you had a really difficult time. Are you completely cured? Or do you still like take medications or do something to do better with your symptoms?
Yes, I went to see a doctor and was diagnosed with IBS. And my doctor prescribed some medicine. But now there's only symptomatic treatment. So yeah, it is only symptomatic treatment, and this cannot solve the stress problem and IBS itself, even though intestinal disorder or minor tranquilizers. So therefore, to relieve the symptoms, some method is needed to eliminate the stress problem, I think.
I see. Okay, that's a really difficult disease. Okay, if I had these symptoms like, diarrhea or bad stomach aches and stuff, I would think that I have like a weak stomach or did I eat something bad last night, So when should I doubt that I have an IBS?
Well, so it is true that the IBS is not fatal, but, well, unlike simple diarrhea and constipation, the IBS patients go back and forth between diarrhea and constipation. It's like a swing of a pendulum. It's always, either of the two extremes and never stays in the middle. So for example, when it's kind of the diarrhea phase, you have the runs almost every day, and you have to go to the bathroom many times a day. So then the constipation phase comes. So this is the serious for IBS patients. We can not live a normal life.
I see. Okay. Thank you. I think this will be my last question. As your solution, you mentioned that, if we don't have IBS, what we can do to the patients is telling them, maybe you have IBS or maybe listening to their stories. But I think talking about medical issues, very sensitive.
Right.
And I think your friend was really brave to talk about IBS to you. So I don't really have the image of talking to someone about, IBS. So let's suppose that I have like IBS symptoms, and you are telling me, you are talking to me, maybe you have IBS. You're the position of advising me.
Okay.
Can you give me like an example, or can you show us an example of how to talk to the patient?
Okay. First of all, I would like to ask you, you seem to go to the bathroom so often, and are you okay? First of all, you could start saying so, and then you could ask, have you ever had IBS? And then please explain about IBS. While explaining it, I will draw out your worries and symptoms. Yes, this is how to start talking about.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I ran out of time, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kanada and Mr. Nakazawa. Now is the judging time. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. Let us welcome the fourth speaker. The fourth speaker is Mr. Hayato Kojima from Keio University ESS. He will deliver his speech under the title of Do you understand English? Do you understand English? Mr. Kojima, please come up to the stage and light up your vision.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hear my good understand it. I just realized that I probably lost points in the correct English category that is most likely on the judging sheets, but it is for a reason. Tell me, what do you think? I just spoke in the most stereotypical, exaggerated, Japanese way imaginable. It was incorrect English. Fair enough. You didn't sound even a bit native. Also fair. You spoke bad English. Let us pause for a moment and think about this. Was the sentence that I had just spoken in the beginning bad English? This question is what the speech is going to be about. Today, I hope to free you all from a misconception that is preventing you all from becoming good English speakers. So we all practice English. I mean, you are listening to an English speech at this very moment, and that is why I believe that we've all struggled with communicating in English for one reason or another. One time, a friend told me that my English, although fluent, was too difficult for her to understand, while another told me that he could not articulate in a way a foreigner would understand, and reluctantly gave up on helping him out. It does not matter whether you are a fluent user of language or not. Anyone can have trouble while trying to make their thoughts understood. At its core, language, and by extension, English, is a communication tool, especially in the case of a secondary language. When you are not in need of a method to perceive the world around you, you learn a language in order to be understood by others. If something is a tool, then how good a user is at using that tool should be determined by if the person could have it do what it is supposed to do. Therefore, how good a person is at speaking English should be determined by if he can make himself understood by others. Although seemingly obvious, this perception on what a good user of language is does not exactly transfer over to real life. You hear it all the time. You speak good English. You sound as if you are an American. Or, I am bad at English. I have too much of an accent. I'm here to tell you all that phrases like these are missing the point. In my case, as a result of having been told that I spoke English well due to sounding native many times, I imitated how a native speaker would speak English. I spoke at the same speed as them. I used the big words that they used, and I used the same forms of expressions as them. We see many people go down a similar route when they are trying to learn English, and that is because of the misconception that the imitation of native speakers allow us to become better at English. This, however, is not at all effective when you are trying to communicate. As the great philosopher Confucius puts it, he who speaks without modesty will find it difficult to make his words good. Trying to speak in natural native English can mean that you speak too fast for a non-native speaker or use words too big to be understood. Unless we deal with the misconception that good English is anything but understandable English, you'll find yourself having trouble being understood in the process of trying to better your English, as I have. Please speak more slowly and use words that I can understand, said the friend who I had mentioned earlier. Determine the goodness of English only through how understandable it is. How natural or native your English sounds is not important in the grand scheme of things. I'm not saying that native speakers are bad at English, just that they are not necessarily good at it. For example, if an Englishman who is not making an effort to make himself understood is not understood by another who is fully capable of using that language, then is he a good English speaker? After my friend told me to speak more slowly, clearly, and with smaller words, I did just that. And despite my English sounding less natural as a result, I found what came next to be a pleasant surprise. My friend told me that she was able to understand me a lot easier, and many others said the same as well. I was better at using English in terms of making it do what it was supposed to do. I was finally good at English. Speak clearly, slowly, and with smaller words. In the process of trying to improve your English, do not imitate how a native speaker speaks English without first thinking about whether or not it could be understood easily. Also, at the end of the day, even if you are still in the process of learning English, trying to become understandable is a lot more manageable than trying to become native as well, right? Ladies, gentlemen, now I believe you all know what makes a good English and English speaker. The next time you make a decision on how good a person is at English, the question you should be asking is, was that understandable? Not, was that native? I will end my speech by asking you all 2 questions. Did you understand English? Do you now understand English? Thank you for listening.
Now we have a questions and answers session for 3 minutes. Mr. Kubota, could you turn on your camera and start the questions and answers?
Okay, hi, Hato-san.
Hello, Kubota-san.
Hi. So last time I asked you a question, so maybe I need to change some of the questions to a new one. So, okay, so firstly, please explain your ideal situation. Very simple, but yeah.
Okay. So my ideal situation is that in a place where English is being spoken, everyone is able to understand everyone and everyone is able to convey their thoughts. So yeah, an understandable field, I guess, of English is my ideal situation.
Okay, so do you think that you need to work with some kind of English education and do you think that you need to change some of the English education system?
So in terms of the societal, change that needs to, in terms of societal change, yes, there needs to be some reforms in the English education system. However, also, if you are just thinking about yourself in terms of what you can do for your own merit, then that's not necessary because all you need to do is to kind of have this, to have the perception of what a good English speaker is in my speech and trying to, act upon that ideology.
Okay. Well, you talked about the good English speaker and a bad English speaker, okay? Okay, but now let's talk about like other language. Think about the situation, like actually when I travel abroad and said to the local people, like I'm from Japan, and then the local people said to me like, oh, konnichiwa, John, namae, things like that. Okay, it's a kind of bad Japanese if I follow your speech, right? So, but in Japan, we rarely see this kind of situation, right? So what is the difference between what is happening in Japan and what is happening in foreign countries?
So I believe that the difference is actually something that is, beyond what this speech is tackling, in the sense that it's just a matter of, how open we are towards foreign people, and also the amount of foreign people that's in our country. So I feel like, Japan not having that situation is a completely different issue, and that, I don't really think that that's something
like Japanese people's characteristics?
Well, the societal situation plus characteristics of Japanese people.
Okay. Well, maybe this is the last question. Well, maybe I'm going to ask a kind of, same question as the first speaker. This is an English speech contest. We're somehow familiar with English, and, they're native speaking, Matt is a native speaker. Yeah. So we all are probably a good English speaker. We are already a good English speaker. So what are you trying to give us, even in that situation? Is there a kind of any extra lessons that you could give us?
So I'm going to be honest. Okay. Please don't get mad at me. I think that there are people who needs improvement in terms of English, and that is because they are trying to imitate native speakers. Mm-hmm. So some people, I'm not going to name them, but some people are trying to speak in the same speed as, let's say, native speakers, and sometimes they muffle words in order to get that speed. Mm-hmm. So because they cannot articulate clearly in trying to, speak at the same speed as native speakers, it's a lot more difficult to understand them. Sometimes they are ununderstandable. And I feel like this speech is aimed towards those kinds of people. So I'm sorry. I'm not saying you, Kubota-san, but, I like just everyone in the audience who's listening is just
okay.
Sorry.
Well, so there are some people, you don't name them, but okay. Well, okay, understood. And sorry, I'm running out of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kubota and Mr. Kojima. Now is the judging time. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. Let us welcome the fifth speaker. The fifth speaker is Ms. Toka Mori from Waseda University ESA. She will deliver her speech under the title of Be a Humble Winner, Be a Good Loser. Be a humble winner, be a good loser. Ms. Mori, please come up to the stage and light up your vision.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Please imagine, what do you think when you win or get the prize in competitions? What do you think when you lose or cannot get the prize? You might think about a moment when you get the winner cup, or shed tears due to your regrettable result? Yes, you might think about yourself. I know it is natural and cannot say it is bad. However, it is also important to think about others, that is, opponents. So today, I'm standing here to make you rethink about opponents when you compete with others. And I hope my speech will be a hint to make it more comfortable for everyone and make your results more meaningful. Joining game means people get results. At that time, regardless of results, the biggest problem is saying bad things about others. For example, after the game, some winners insult losers or show condescending attitude because they flash in joy. And some losers blames others or say bad things about winners because of irritation and regret. They cannot show good attitude to opponents. Then what happens if people say bad things about opponents? That is, losing chance to mature. When people dwell on their emotion, they just continue to focus on their results. And because of that, they just say the impression of the game and cannot think reasons of the result. It means they don't review the content of the game and don't learn anything from it. Therefore, they miss chances to progress, and their results become meaningless. Actually, I saw some people became arrogant winners and eventually bad losers. When I was a high school student, I prepared and practiced debate with 3 team members. It happened when I had the competition. In a semifinal game, we could defeat the opponent. I was happy, but soon after this moment, this feeling changed by my team members' words. It was so easy to win. They were so weak. Yeah, that's right. They were unformidable. Sit there, laughing. By hearing these words and looking at their attitude, I was disappointed and worried about the final game. In fact, we lost in the final game. Because of satisfaction, we didn't reflect the game nor prepare for the next. However, after the final game, my team members said, their talking was nonsense and the way of talking was funny. Yes, and the judges were nonsense too. I cannot understand why they voted for the opponent. Although we couldn't do well and the opponent did, my team members had bad words about them. Our team and the opponent were dead even, so we had a chance to win. However, because my team members insult losers and didn't learn from the success, we lost in the final game. Then why people cannot show good attitude to opponents? That is because they don't think from others' perspective. As you did hard work to win, your opponents also did it. But sadly, we forget about it and start thinking or saying bad things about opponents. If we can imagine others' backgrounds and admit their efforts, we may be able to show respectable attitude. But some people may say, what about saying bad things about opponents after reflecting the game? I will never get bad effects. However, that's not true. According to Nobuko Nakamachi, who is a brain scientist, claims that saying badly about the others gives stress to brain. Because brain cannot understand subject, brain misunderstands that the bad words are said to themselves. And because of the stress, brain ages quickly. Thus, saying badly about the others has bad effect to health too. So ladies and gentlemen, I suggest you to talk with your opponents in order to imagine their backgrounds. Because through conversation, we can learn how others practice hard and how big the effort they made so far. Also, we can find common points. It helps you to see from your opponent's perspective and think about them. If you have time before the game starts, you can talk like, "Hi, how have you been? let's do our best today. Or if you want to concentrate before the game starts, you can talk later. After the game, you can talk like, how was the game? I prepared, but honestly, I got nervous. How did you do so far? Such easy conversations are the first step to respect others and make good relationship with their precious opponents. However, to show respectful attitude to opponents, just talking with them is not enough. In addition to that, it is important to check if you respect opponents actually. So now, I want to introduce this phrase to you. Be a humble winner. Be a good loser. This phrase was taught by my high school teacher when we lost in the competition. Since I was taught this phrase, I always ask myself, am I a humble winner? Am I a good loser? Thanks to this phrase, I can check if I respect opponents after I talk with them. And actually, by using this phrase, I could be able to accept my result amenably. And my experiences are connected to now. Be a humble winner. Be a good loser. I want you to remember this phrase as guidepost in terms of making good competitions and for your maturity. One day, I was watching TV. It was about Naoko Daira, who defeated her rival and got gold medal in Pyeongchang Olympic Games. After the game, she and her rival talked and showed respect each other. The reason why they could do it is they know how others practice hard and can guess how others make an effort for the game. They were real humble winner and good loser. Now it's your turn. Please imagine when you win or lose in the competition and think about the opponents. What did they do so far? How did they prepare and practice for the competition? Understanding others' backgrounds and respect them. It is the first step to be a humble winner, be a good loser. Thank you.
Now we have questions and answer sessions for 3 minutes. Mr. Miller, could you turn on your camera and start the questions and answers?
Thank you very much, Ms. Mori.
Thank you.
Wonderful speech.
Thank you very much.
Do you think all of our participants today will be humble winners and good losers?
It probably is, yeah, just because I wanted to concentrate and practice for my speech. So I haven't talked with them yet, but probably yes. And I want to talk with them after this speech contest.
Yeah, I think they will be. I think they will be. Okay, so my first real question for you, you told us about your friends after the semifinal game, and your friends were saying, oh, it was so easy to win, our opponents were so weak. And what do you think they were feeling or thinking when they were saying that? I'm interested to know why someone would say that about their opponent.
I think they were happy because we practiced hard and we prepared a lot for the game. So actually by making success and defeated in the semifinal game, they felt happy and but it's okay, but they just say the bad words to the opponents. So yeah, feeling happy is good, but their attitude is not good.
I agree. Yeah, I'm just interested, why in such a happy moment that something negative came out. It should, I don't know. I just thought that when you're feeling happy,
I guess probably.
Positive thing.
I guess probably they don't have they appreciate to their opponents and judges or organizers because without the opponent, we couldn't hold the contest and we couldn't hold the game. But they forget about kind of appreciation. So they say the bad words to opponents because of their kind of emotional things and their joy. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And my next question, later in the speech, you said it's because they don't think from others' perspectives. And why do you think some people don't do this?
Okay, so I think that if the feeling of appreciation is important, because as I said, that if we don't have that, like we don't care about others. And also the second, that we don't have afford to think about others because of they just focus on their results. So if they can imagine if they imagine there about the process or the scene of the practicing. So if they have such kind of the afford that they can imagine others' backgrounds and they can see from others' perspective, I think it is a hint to think about others.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller and Miss Mori. Now is the judging time. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. The first session is over. The judges will leave this room. Please give them a big hand. Now, we will have a recess. The second session will start at 1:40 p.m. Please be back in your seats by 1:35 p.m. ただいまより約40分間の休憩といたします。1時40分よりセカンドセッションが始まりますので、1時35分までにご着席ください。また、YouTube の概要欄にオーディエンスプライズ投票のリンクがございます。ぜひ投票をよろしくお願いします。投票は3時半までとなっております。また、18回梅子杯の Twitter アカウントにそれぞれのスピーカーのコメントシートがございます。お時間がございましたら、コメントシートの記入もよろしくお願いいたします。
Ladies and gentlemen, the second session will begin in a few minutes. Please be seated. まもなくセカンドセッションが始まります。お席についてお待ちください。Now, It's time for us to begin the second session. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. Let us welcome the sixth speaker. The sixth speaker is Ms. Kano Zuro from Takasugi City University of Economics ESS. She will deliver her speech under the title of To be never treated as an object, but as a human. To be never treated as an object, but as a human. Ms. Zuro, please come up to the stage and light up your vision.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. My grandmother had dementia and she lived in a nursing home. One day, my father visited her and he saw an incredible scene. Her hands, lower backs, and legs were tied onto the bed. When I heard of this story, I was shocked beyond words. I didn't want to believe that she had to be in such a terrible situation. She had never done anything wrong. Why did she have to receive such terrible treatment? I couldn't help thinking that if we, her family, hadn't chosen that nursing home, she wouldn't have to suffer that pain. This resurrection of the bodies of all the people is called physical restraints. It's one of the ways to help treatment and care at hospitals and nursing homes. Sometimes the patient's body is tied onto beds, chairs, or wheelchairs. At other times, beds often stop so that they can't get out of their beds. The purpose of these restraints is to prevent care receivers from wandering about, falling, or bothering others. So it is difficult to do away with all physical restraints. However, please imagine that your family members fell into the same situation as my grandmother. Their hands and legs are bound and they're treated as if they were objects. Can you accept such situations? It would be ideal if we could eradicate any form of physical restraints. But the reality is not that easy. As I explained earlier in this speech, it indeed helps in treatment and care at hospitals and nursing homes. It is, in one sense, a necessary evil. Then, there are no realistic solutions we can adopt. Today, I'm going to talk about what impacts physical restraints happiness and how to avoid physical restraints as much as possible when a family member becomes demented. I hope my speech can help realize a society where everyone can live out their lives as human beings without being treated as objects. As we all know, people with dementia are expected to increase in the future. Many of them live in nursing homes or hospitals. In such institutions, physical restraints are only allowed in certain cases under specific rules. However, there are quite a few institutions where they make an easy decision to use this means. In fact, according to a survey by All Japan Hospital Association in 2016, physical restraints were conducted in 65.9% of hospitals and nursing homes. These facts mean that we may send our family to an institution where they get physically restricted. If a physical restraint is conducted for a long period, it has a lot of harmful effects on your family members with dementia.
While they are kept under physical restraints, their body functions decline. They can't move, so their muscle strength decreases. Also, they lose their appetite, which lowers their immunity. They become prone to viral infections. Plus, they suffer from mental pains such as anxiety, anger, humiliation, and despair. Even though they resist at the beginning, they lose their will to live eventually. Not only on patients do physical restraints have huge negative impacts, but also on their families. They suffer emotional pains too. When they see their beloved family members are tied to the beds or wheelchairs, they can't help getting upset and feeling guilty from the bottom of their hearts. Then, why do we send our beloved family members to an institution where such inhumane restraints are conducted? It is because we lack knowledge. If we don't know about physical restraints, we can't decide in the nursing home and hospitals in terms of them with a proper consideration. Then, what should we do? How can we properly consider and avoid such institutions? Now, I'm going to give you 2 keywords to keep in mind when your family members suffer from dementia: learning and choosing. The first keyword, learning, is very straightforward. It means to learn about physical restraints. As I mentioned earlier, you can't judge whether the institution is right or not if you don't have enough knowledge about physical restraints. So please share your knowledge you gained from my speech today with our friends and family so that they can also learn. The second keyword, choosing, has 2 points: choosing the right person and choosing the right institution. The first point, choosing the right person, means choosing the right care manager. Care managers are professional healthcare providers who assess patients' needs and creates personalized care plans. Unfortunately, however, not all care managers have a profound knowledge of physical restraints. Therefore, you should be very careful. Try to choose a care manager who knows institutions where physical restraints are not easily conducted, and ask for information. Getting the information is part of the second point, choosing the right institution. The right institutions have the following 2 features. First, there are sufficient staff members. Second, when asked, the staff should be able to give specific cases of physical restraint the past and the measures they are taking so that they can avoid physical restraints. When these conditions are met, you can say that institution is the right one. Someday, your beloved family member may become demented. However, now that you know the 2 keywords, learning and choosing, they won't suffer from pains of physical restrictions. In your precious memories with your beloved family members, they must have never been objects, but humans. They should never be treated as objects, even if they forget you, or if they even forget that they're humans at all. I hope you can see them living as humans at the last moment of their lives. Thank you.
Now, we have a question and answer session for 3 minutes. Miss Canada, could you turn on your camera and start the question and answers?
Okay. Thank you, Sudo-san. My first question is, did your grandma change her nursing home after you noticed that she had these physical restraints?
Yes, of course. After this, my father and uncle find another care manager, and she moved to another nursing home, and she good care there. Yes.
Okay, that's nice. I'm glad to know that. Okay, then I think I have read before that the nursing homes have to have permissions from the family to do these restrictions or beforehand, I think. But the 65.9% of the nursing homes actually accept or do the physical restraints. But in that case, I think the families are already knows that they are doing the restrictions, the physical restrictions. Is it not the case?
Yes, of course. It depends on the institution. I also know that there are the institutions and which have permitting, so whether they have restraints or not. But not easy, and the usually the most of hospitals doesn't don't need to permit the physical restraints. So it depends on the institution, so whether they have to have pass permit, whether they permit the permission or not.
I see. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, my next question will be a little bit difficult. So I think it is difficult for the nursing homes or the hospitals because they don't have enough staff. The number of staff is declining, but the number of old people are increasing. So if they have a lot of staff, maybe the cost will go up. So maybe the care receiver have to pay more, right? Okay, and in this situation, well, we can choose institutions that they don't do physical restraints, but if we don't have money, maybe we don't have the option to choose because it's going to cost too much.
Okay.
But it has to be fixed fundamentally. What do you think? What do you think the whole country or the government can do?
Okay. So you mean you are worried to cost, or what you mean to worry cost, or you want to ask me that government, what should do government?
Okay, the latter one. What should the whole country should do?
Whole countries. Okay. So I think government should government should have more fund, and they have to pay more money to nurse or care staffs, and they helps them. Then there will be a more number of staffs, and they can take care of many patients. So the patient will receive good care. So I think.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Canada and Miss Sido. Now it's the judging time. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. Let us welcome the seventh speaker. The seventh speaker is Ms. Miyu Sugiyama from Dosha University ESS. She will deliver her speech under the title of No More Hardship, Much More Sharing. No More Hardship, Much More Sharing. Ms. Sugiyama, please come up to the stage and light up your vision.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, questioner, and timekeepers. Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, Mom. Why? Why is my father not at home? It's Sunday, isn't it? When I was a child, I said this to my mother. I still remember my mother's apologetic face at the time. Not only did my father always leave the house early in the morning and come home late at night, but he was not at home even on weekends. What do you think my father's job is? Actually, my father is a junior high school teacher. Today, I'm standing here to put an end to toxic working conditions of teachers. Teaching is an indispensable occupation which supports future generations, so all of us have to think about this problem. Through my speech, I hope that all teachers will escape from hardship. And to achieve this goal, I need your help. Teachers' working time is often called 7-11 working, which means that they come into school at 7 a.m. and leave at 11 p.m. Actually, Japanese teachers work more than 11 hours a day on average in 2019, according to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology. Compared to other foreign countries, Japanese teachers work much longer hours. Now, please remember your former teachers. Didn't they work hard until late at night? Teachers' overwork has two main harmful effects. Firstly, it gets a negative impact on their family life. My father couldn't bear big enough role with the housework and in the raising of me and my sister because he had to spend all day at work, including Saturdays and Sundays. The more I tried to be a good teacher, the worse father I became. My father used to say, "That is not unique to my family. A lot of teachers are deprived of the time with their family. Teachers' excessive work has a possibility to break their family." Isn't it terrible? I claim all teachers should not neglect their children, their closest students. Secondly, teachers' excessive work drives them into a corner, physically and mentally. According to Asahi newspaper, more than 60% of junior high school teachers already pass a Karoshi line, the critical line for death by overwork, and 63 of them died in the past 8 years. Additionally, every year, more than 5,000 teachers took leave of absence due to mental illness. 4 years ago, my father also suffered from depression caused by overwork and took 3 months of leave of absence. Fortunately, he could return his work and he is still working as a teacher. However, even now, he has to see his doctor regularly. I do not want every teacher to undergo such hardship. So, what makes Japanese teachers work such long hours? The biggest reason is club activities. According to the survey by the OECD, almost all junior high school and high school teachers lead club activities, and the time spent leading club activities account for the third biggest percentage of their work time, following the time to teach a class and prepare for lessons. However, in reality, leading club activities is not a teacher's duty. You didn't know that, did you? If you believe that teachers lead club activities as a part of their job, you're very much mistaken. Teachers do not necessarily lead club activities. Is there anything that we can do for teachers? Yes, there is. That is, school volunteer. In almost all prefectures, The education committee recruits school volunteers to share teachers' work. In these programs, we, university students, can support specific club activities. You can apply for it by downloading an application form from the internet or by making a call to education committee. Not so difficult, right? Moreover, it's up to you to decide how many times you volunteer, so you can balance it with your part-time job or with your studying. Still, some may say that I was just a university student. I don't have a confidence to teach students. However, most of you have experiences of playing musical instrument or playing some sports as a craft activities, haven't you? On the other hand, about half of all teachers lead club activities, or they do not have experience in the sport. Our experiences and our coachings are really helpful for students. Why not take action to prevent teacher from further hardship? I have experience of being a school volunteer. On Saturdays, I went to the junior high school which I had graduated from. I taught a student how to play the mandarin, a musical instrument. While I was teaching, the teacher could her paperwork. As a result, she was able to leave school much earlier than usual. She said to me, "Your once-a-week assistance helps me a lot. Now I can spend time with my family." I was happy to hear that. Being a school volunteer is good, not only for teachers, but also for us. I realized that this volunteer activity improved my 3 important skills: logical thinking skills, marginal thinking skills, and communication skills. Through my efforts to provide clear explanations about playing the mandarin. You know, these 3 skills are said to be essential, not only for job hunting, but also for living society. There's no time to hesitate. I'm sure the voluntary work in schools is worth doing for your future. Teachers who get involved in education are indispensable to our society. Everyone, your help is like a sky lantern, which illuminates teachers' future and our society. Why not take action to share teachers' work? No more hardship, much more sharing. Thank you.
Now, we have question and answer session for 3 minutes. Mr. Kubota, could you turn on the camera and start the question and answers?
Okay, hi, Misan.
Hello.
Thank you for your speech.
Thank you.
Okay, so my first question seems like the same from the last time, but
Yeah.
I feel that, I'm now working and so busy, then I have no extra energy and time to help the school. So why are you asking us to help as a volunteer?
Okay, so to participate in a volunteer activity is difficult for the workers or like that. So I hope university students to participate in their volunteer work, but I think many other things can do for official work for the workers. That is, after retiring the job after the 60 or 65 years old, so you can participate in their volunteer work. And of course, now, so you're not enough time to participate in their volunteer work, but if you have children, if you understand that leading club activity is not a teacher's duty, you have an extra choice to make your children not to participate in the school club activities, but outside club activities like that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no, now I work and I get the salary. No, I get paid.
Yeah.
My work. But you're asking for us to do that as a volunteer without being paid. Why don't ask the school to pay for the volunteer and the supporters? Isn't that kind of like yarigai sakushi, like without being paid?
Yeah. So one of some people say that teachers should pay about the work, but even their teachers are paid about the club activities, the situation that teachers are overworking will never be changed. So I think they're not teachers, but other people like an outside coach or a volunteer worker should lead a club activities. Yeah.
Why are you asking for the volunteer? Why are you asking us to help as a volunteer without pay?
Okay.
Not only about the school teachers, but I'm talking about us, the volunteers.
Yeah, okay. So so if their paid work is okay, but thinking about the real, so the government should not have enough money to give her, give her extra workers to pay the work. Yeah, so I think the government should change the system. But I think the university students have a little bit free time. And it is worth doing for our future. So I recommend volunteer working. Yeah.
Okay. So last question.
Yep.
I'm running out of time, but yeah, the last question. Why did you just focus on club activities? Like there are many problems regarding the teachers' working environment, like, like helicopter parents.
Yeah.
Yeah, like things like that. So they're taking time and energy from the teachers, yeah?
Yeah. I think
why did you focus on club activities? Not irrelevant from this topic, no? It's about teachers' working environment. So give us your idea on how to deal with the problem of the helicopter parents.
How to deal with their
parents.
So they're in Japanese, monster parents, they're called. It's a so serious problem, but so there's nothing that we can do to help the teacher who's suffering from monster parents, because that we should not be the monster parent in the future. But and I think their government should set their school counselor or like that for teachers. But so I think their most mental and physical burden for teachers is a club activities. And I asked the many teachers around me, and of course my father, and then decided the club activity is the biggest cause of teachers' burden. Yeah.
Okay, so that's why you focus on this topic.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kubota and Mr. Giyama. Now it's the judging time. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. Let us welcome the eighth speaker. The eighth speaker is Ms. Yumiko Minegishi from Keio University ESS. She will deliver her speech under the title of Close the Cap Code Capacity. Close the Cap Code Capacity. Ms. Minegishi, please come up to the stage and light up your vision.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There is a cup. It simply consisted of mental and physical ability to handle things. Water is poured into it. It is poured slowly and low in quantity. However, gradually its speed gets faster and faster. The quantity gets larger and larger. Finally, the water overflows from the cup. The cup can no longer endure the amount of water. As a result, the cup is broken. When will this cup break? It is when we have too much burden. In this modern society, there are many situations where we aim to achieve tasks with community members. Tasks can be accomplished within a cup called capacity. But if you are not conscious of cups, once we take on more tasks that we can handle, we can't tackle anymore. We are like a broken cup, aren't we? Today, I'm standing here to solve one question. Do you really consider your capacity before accepting tasks? After my speech, I hope everyone takes a look at your cup called capacity and consider what you should do in the long run. Please imagine, with group members, you face various tasks in order to manage your community. While doing it, your coworker asks you, "Excuse me, can I ask you to undertake this one?" Here, I have a question for you. At this very moment, how many of you can say you consider your capacity with confidence? Maybe these requests puzzle at first, but we can learn. Other members are also tackling them. In this situation, the atmosphere lets you easily take on tasks without thinking about your capacity. In such case, unfortunately, our attempt to deal with the requests are all met with failures. Our brains are used harder than usual to figure out how to handle them. Hence, they get very tired. Anxiety, haste, pressure. Negative feelings arise from the slow progress. This stressful situation suppresses you little by little until finally you can't endure any more tasks, even the ones you could before. Ironically, what you saw was good for the team ended up as a cause of distress for both them and you. Therefore, taking on more tasks than we can handle ruins us like broken cups. Since this February, I began to tackle tasks to invite freshmen to my club with members. One day, my sophomore asked me to make leaflets of the club. Okay. At that time, all I could think about was meeting the request, so my consideration for my capacity was totally out of sight. There's too much to do. After being suppressed by pressure, at last I could complete it. However, a lot of errors were found in it. I had to correct them additionally, so I lost enough time to complete other tasks. The lack of consideration for my capacity not only bothers my teammate, but also caused further triggers other failures. By the way, how do you feel when tackling something asked by others? That is like doing good for the team. Of course, we accept some of the requests for the belief that it helps the team and brings merit to them. Also, others show us deep gratitude for accepting it as if it's a proof of rightness. Such a reaction is a visible reward for well-doing and motivates us to take on tasks proudly. However, on the contrary, this visible reward could make us blind without our knowing. So, what should we do to visualize our situations? Consider how long the goodness lasts. As for me, I believe taking on tasks was definitely good for the team. However, from my failure, I found out that good happened only at that time and didn't continue from them. What I had believed was good for the team had actually been a giant risk for them all along. True goodness is not meeting the request only at that time, but thinking what we can do in the long-term viewpoint. Next, how can we consider what we can do in the long run? Now, let's grasp a cup called capacity based on past experiences when you tackle tasks. How long did it take to each task? How many tasks you could handle simultaneously? How was your physical and mental situation at the time? These analyses enable you to compare task and time to your current situation. Furthermore, it makes you realize what you should do in the long-term viewpoint, like accepting only partially, setting alternative ideas, or so. Like this, analyzing past experiences clarifies your capacity and also visualize what you can do in the long run. Grasping your cup, core capacity, becomes the starting point for true goodness in the future. Since then, I reconsidered my capacity based on my past experiences. Again, when I was asked, I compared my capacity to its contents. This comparison made me realize the line of whether I could do it or not, and what I should do in the long run. Sorry, I can't, but I can do a little more than usual next time. By considering deeply, I can now say alternative ideas when answering requests rather than accepting all of them. Thanks to it, I got best reputation for tasks I could complete. Finally, I could do true goodness for the team. We tend to take on tasks for someone based on goodness for others. However, how long the goodness lasts? Without considering things in the long term, why can you really regard it as goodness? Today is the last day to do visualize goodness that only lasts for a short time, and will be the wonderful day to visualize invisible goodness in the long term by grasping and closing your cup, core capacity, before it breaks. Thank you very much.
Now, we have question and answer session for 3 minutes. Mr. Miller, could you turn on the camera and start the question and answers?
Thank you very much, Ms. Minagishi. I really needed to hear this speech because I'm the type of person that takes on too much. I never say no, and then I get too much work to do. So thank you for giving me advice.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple of questions. My first question is, when your team asked you, your club members asked you, your sophomore asked you to make leaflets for the club, and you said, okay. But if you could go back in time, what would you say to her now?
I should say that not only not okay, but considering the time and wait a minute, and please give me the time to consider my capacity, grasp my capacity, and how to do it. Taking time allocation or not. So
okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And also, you gave us the idea about, analyzing past experiences to help us imagine if it's possible to do the work. Do you have any other ideas?
Not analyzing past experiences.
Right.
Yes. The other ideas is to tell the people, to hear the people how long time I cost to take on tasks. My co-workers or my sophomores, or the new ones is to listen to my former person who have experiences to tackle tasks. How long did it take, or how much? What is the difficult point? Yeah. So like this, grasping the capacity. Yeah.
Great. Okay. One more quick question.
Yes.
Can you tell us about an experience you had where you actually said, no, I can't do the extra work? Give us a specific example.
Okay. So in spring, I manage the Twitter in the KSS speech section. So I have to renew the tweets for freshmen, but I had much task, so I asked my junior to renew the Twitter. My junior said okay, so yes, he handled this work so funny. Yes.
You delegated the work. Very good. Okay, thank you very much. That's all the time we have today.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Mila and Ms. Minegishi. Now is the judging time. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. Let us welcome the ninth speaker. The ninth speaker is Ms. Arisa Kawamura from Waseda University ESS. She will deliver her speech under the title of Be a Heroic Taxpayer, Be a Heroic Taxpayer. Ms. Kawamura, please come up to the stage and light up your vision.
Could you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, masters. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When I close my eyes, I still remember my grandma's house with the red roof, the yellow promenade of red blossoms, and the rainbow-clad fireworks along the coast. Every vacation, I traveled 4 hours visiting my grandma's house in Miyagi Prefecture. I stayed there for a month every time. So it is my second home with tons of colorful memories. One day, there was a turning point where I could not visit my grandma's house anymore. 3/11, the Great Ichiban earthquake. After the devastating earthquake and following tsunami, all of our dear place there completely drowned in black and white. Most of us felt the tragedy at first hand, and we know the victims' pain after the tsunamis. However, current measures focus on reduction of damages from secondary disasters, but not on prevention from primary disasters. That's why I'm standing here to talk about the requirements of additional countermeasures to especially protect people's lives and homes from tsunamis. I hope my small voice and everyone's small action will change government's policies and fulfill the sufficient level of prevention. Even though Japan is known for an earthquake-prone country, the government's disaster preventing policies are not appropriate. In 30 years, there are more than 70% on possibilities in an earthquake of 3/11 class in the Tohoku region, Nankai Trough, and Tokyo. After 3/11, the announcement, many municipalities had realized their lack of countermeasures and started to reinforce them, such as advancing evacuation planning and hazard maps. On the contrary, mitigation from an initial occurrence like seawalls isn't prepared well. Despite the fact of 3/11, that 90% of death was drowning, and 90% of destroyed buildings were caused by tsunamis. Even those local governments, particularly concerned regions, only stated that reviewing of prevention facilities is necessary. But did they create a plan? No. Did they start researching the area? No. Did he figure out the budget? No. But why? It's simply because it needs a large sum of money. In fact, the local government of Hamamatsu City had finally started the development of seawalls for the Nankai earthquake when a 3-year donation of 30 billion yen was secured by a local company. Since it covers only 1/3 of the endangered area, more than 3 million people need to pay 10,000 yen for that. How unrealistic! Securing citizens' lives is the government's task, since local governments don't have much money. While small groups like Hamamatsu City case try to protect their hometown with their money, I wondered, what are you doing, government? Why is the priority still low? If we keep leaving this issue, and imagine if these earthquakes occur, we would just stand there and look at how millions of lives being deprived. I don't want that. Since the government won't change, we must be united and make it top priority. Then how can we revise its priority? My answer is a hometown tax donation program called Furusato Noze in Japanese. You may wonder, Furusato Noze, is it really effective? So here, I'll share its potentiality in terms of reproducibility and effectiveness. Firstly, it is named donation, but because you can get indigenous products in return for the tax you pay. Last time we tried, since I was a student, I paid and asked my dad to take tax procedures and received Japanese black bee from Okayama City, which city is tackling disaster defense issue. And yes, it was a bit expensive for me as an ordinary student, but I realized that such expense is substantially a little high for dinner. So, isn't it easy to start with the basis of once in a few months? More importantly, you can choose which municipality to pay and design the use of your money. At the website, Furusato Choice, you can search for the uses of your pay tax. On the search tab, you can type disaster prevention to identify which municipalities are aware of. As there's a growing trend for local governments to put emphasis on collecting more money, our purchasing power can increase its number taking such measures. In addition, if these kind of small actions increase, the government, followed by the public voice, will definitely change. For those who wonder why disaster prevention is the most urgent while there are other social issues, please remember the case of 3/11. Predicting earthquakes and following secondary disasters in a high accuracy is almost impossible, as the scale and damage of 3/11 exceeds all the eminent scholars' predictions. We all learned how citizens were forced to leave their home, how their memories were destroyed, and how the raging tsunami stuck to their mind. It's almost been 10 years since 3/11. It's impossible for me to enjoy a break with my grandma in the same scenery, and my grandma cannot forget her precious places that lost their colors. It is said that major earthquakes would occur at intervals of 9 years, so we must take an action right now, before it's too late. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to be united and make this issue top priority. Let's be a heroic taxpayer to keep everyone's memories colorful. Thank you for listening.
Now we have question and answer session for 3 minutes. Miss Canada, could you turn on the camera and start the question and answers?
Okay. Hi, Kawamura-san.
Hi, Miss.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to see.
My first question is, okay, why should we choose Furusato Noze instead of just regular donation? Or some of them are doing crowdfunding, but why should we choose Furusato Noze to help them?
Thank you. A great question. So, basically, the goal of, the purpose of the why I made this speech is because to give a pressure to the government. So, like, a lot of donations exist in today's society, and like it doesn't really affect on the government's actions. So I believe that like our purchasing power can like be, for example, if we purchase a lot of, the local specialties from the specific municipalities, a lot of other municipalities will make good effort on that. And so that can be like on the news, on the TV maybe, and that will affect on the government's action, I believe.
I see. So we can be the first step and then the government.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then my next question will be why you said the local government doesn't have money, right?
Yes.
But why doesn't the government, the bigger government, help them?
Oh, could I ask you again?
So the local government doesn't have money, and you said the government, the Japanese government, doesn't do anything for the primary disaster.
Yes.
Why do you think that is happening?
I believe that's because the priority of this issue is low.
Okay.
And so because we all know that 3/11 is a big disaster, and that was really kind of serious problem. But what the Japanese government do is like to collect the special reconstruction tax called Fukko shotokuze, a kind of tax, and that's all. And like they do it for reconstruction only, but not like prevention.
I see. Okay. Last question, I think. I think the problem of this Furusato Noze solution is that, okay, you chose Hamamatsucho because they have good beef, right? But if the place doesn't have a good product, they won't receive any Furusato Noze, right? Well, like the places with good product will receive money, but places with not so good product won't receive money, right? So how can we, is this good, or how can we solve this problem?
So since my goal is not let the municipalities to collect a lot of money,
right,
and give the pressure to the government, it's not good to say, but I think it's a necessary sacrifice, and they should make more efforts. And there's a kind of trend for them to collect more money, like kind of competition to get to so they should I believe that they will make more efforts on that.
Like in the future, maybe they will do better and receive more money, maybe from the government, if it works well, right? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Canada and Miss Kamura. Now is a judging time. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. Let us welcome the last speaker of today's contest. The last speaker is Ms. Yuri Mori, representing Tsuda University ESS. She will deliver her speech under the title of Put a Period to This Pain, Put a Period to This Pain. Ms. Mori, please come up to the stage and light up your vision.
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone. 450 times. Do you know what this number represents? Is it the number of times a person drinks coffee in their lifetime? Or is it the number of times someone falls in love in their lifetime? No, that's too much. Neither of these are right. So, what is it then? 450 times represents the number of menstrual periods a woman experiences in her lifetime. Surprisingly, women who lived in 100 years ago experienced only 50 menstrual periods in their lifetime. However, modern women have, on average, 9 times as many menstrual periods. As the number of menstruation increases, modern women have 9 times as many menstrual pains as older women. It is said that decreasing the number of malnourished people and fewer births are related to this change. Whatever the reason, this topic should be treated as a social issue, not just an individual thing. So today, I'd like to talk about the importance of understanding menstruation, because there are many people in this world who are suffering from the prejudice against menstruation, and people do not understand what menstruation is. Through this speech, my goal is to change your perception of menstruation so that it can be recognized as a common thing among people. Most people learn about menstruation in health classes at elementary and junior high school. However, I have met a lot of men who had no idea about what menstruation is. I was also surprised that some of them thought menstruation is dirty. For example, when I buy a menstrual napkin at the drugstore, I always get it in a black bag. When I experience this, I feel that it shows how society regards menstruation as dirty or needing to be hidden. I got my first period when I was in junior high school. After that, I couldn't participate in the swimming class, which I was looking forward to. And every time I got my period, I had to fight it with terrible pains. When it overlapped with important exams, I took a painkiller and endured it. Besides the pain, I just started to feel uncomfortable in my life. So, why is it important for everyone to know about menstruation? It is because people's ignorance about menstruation can lead to dangers for women and have a negative impact not only on their lives, but also on society. In 2011, sanitary pads were donated to evacuation centers during the Great East Japan earthquake. However, they were sent back as unnecessary by a male representative. Those pads are important for women who are menstruating. If they do not change pads for a long time, it will become unsanitary and the women may become ill. So that would be a serious life-threatening problem for most women. In addition, if we were not even interested in those situations where people were ignorant about menstruation, it would also lead to economic losses. According to a survey by the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, labor loss due to the pain caused by cramps and PMS, which reduced productivity, is said to be 49.1 billion yen. So, Why do many people not know about menstruation? As I thought about the cause of this, I began to wonder if it was because there are few opportunities to learn about menstruation. Japanese education style is one of the good examples to show this. When I was an elementary school student, my health class was divided between boys and girls. Maybe in Japan, there is need to separate classes for boys and girls so as to avoid embarrassment. However, in my view, such a style is counterproductive to deepen the understanding of each other for students. To change the situation, I believe that the first step is to learn about menstruation. I am not suggesting anything difficult. Nowadays, it is easy to get correct information by reading comics and books about menstruation. Also, on the internet, we can get information from obstetrics and gynecology websites. Another way to get the most realistic impression is to ask. You can ask your mom, your partner, of course, me. My idea for you is having enough knowledge that the people around you do not suffer from the prejudice or ignorance because of their period. For example, if you are a manager of a company, show understanding to women who take menstrual leave. To do that, you need to learn how painful the period is. Once we start to learn about menstruation, we can expect the second step. As the next step, I believe that more people would start to take actions or speak out to the problems surrounding menstruation. And as more people have awareness of it, we can change education and politics like other countries. In 2018, the Scottish government has unanimously passed a bill to provide girls with sanitary products for free. This action must have been taken by a large number of people understood the topic of menstruation. So, I want to say that learning is important as the first step to change people's ignorance. Menstruation is an inevitable phenomenon, and it is essential for humanity. If menstruation does not exist, humans cannot exist. Of course, you are not here, and I cannot tell you my opinion in person today. All you have to do is just learn about what menstruation is. Do not be afraid. Have a positive view to understand what a whole society has to think and discuss about. I believe that even if each person has a little power, if they gather, they will have a power that can change the society and this world. Then we can put a period relieving 450 pains. Thank you.
Now, we have question and answer session for 3 minutes. Mr. Kubota, could you turn on the camera and start the question and answers?
Okay, thank you very much, Yuri-san. Wonderful speech.
Thank you.
Okay, so as a man, I'm really surprised to know more about the menstruation. Okay, thank you so much for your informative speech. Okay, so first, my question is that you said in the introduction that the women in the past, in the century ago, had only 50 menstrual periods, but now 450.
Yes.
What made the difference between the past and the present?
Okay. Thank you for your question. It means that for the 100 years ago, the women, the birth rate is very more high than now. And so it means that the high birth rate means the women who have a baby should give the breastfeeding for their baby. So it means that the term of the breastfeeding and having baby, the period is stopped.
Ah, I see. So that's why. Okay. Okay, I got it. And you said that when you buy the napkin, you get inside with a black bag, right?
Yes.
So my question is that why do people feel that the menstruation is a kind of a taboo? Why do people feel like that?
Okay, so thank you for your impressive question. I think, in my opinion, this like Japanese tendency for menstruation may caused by the education, just Japanese sex education. Like for example, in my case, when I was in junior high school, that talking about the menstruation or our body is not good at public, is because it's embarrassing things. So I guess that this embarrassment feeling caused by the not enough education of Japanese sex education.
Okay, so then what is your ideal sex education class? What is the ideal health class or things like that?
Okay, thank you.
What should be taught in school?
Yes, my idea for the sex education in Japan is that I want school or government to make the boys and girls in the same classroom.
Okay.
The health class.
Okay. And maybe this is a last question because of the time. Well, you talked about the kind of menstrual leave.
Yes.
Okay, so now I'm working, and suppose I got promoted and had some lady working with me, right? And sometimes maybe like she would ask me for menstrual leave. But in that case, won't they feel embarrassed to ask me to take the menstrual leave? Because it is not menstruation is not a taboo, but it is still a sensitive issue.
Yes.
So how could she remove the wall, remove that kind of mental barrier to ask me to take the menstrual leave?
Okay, so you mean that the women working with you
Yes.
hesitate to?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I think in that case, of course, the human, of course, I think the women and men both feel like embarrassing about that, talking about menstrual leave, of course, but I think the company or working place should set the environment of the more that the workers can notice about that the menstrual leave is very normal and the necessary system for the women's body. And so I think the government should set up that tendency or environment. Yes, but it's difficult.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Thank you very much for a wonderful speech.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kubota and Ms. Mori. Now is the judging time. To the judges, if you are ready, please press the raise hand button. All of today's 10 speakers have finished delivering their speeches. The judges will leave this room. Please give them a big hand. This concludes the second session. Now, we will have an intermission. The closing ceremony will start from 16:30. Please be back in your seat by 16:25. Please submit the voting sheet for the audience prize from the link in the YouTube description. ただいまより休憩といたします。16時半よりクロージングセレモニーが始まりますので、16時25分までにご着席ください。また、YouTube の概要欄にオーディエンスプライズ投票のリンクがございますので、15時半までに投票をよろしくお願いいたします。この後10分後にスペシャルセッションと題して、本日出場されたスピーカーの方々のインタビューが行われます。20分から30分を想定しております。ぜひご覧ください。スピーカーの皆様はブレイクアウトルームにあるスピーカールームを選んで移動をお願いいたします。
スピーカーの皆様は右下の詳細というところを押していただいて、詳細からブレイクアウトルームに参加で、スピーカールームに移動してください。スピーカーの皆様、すいません。ブレイクアウトルームに参加みたいなボタンがあると思うんですけれども、そこからスピーカールームにご入室いただけますかね。 それではスペシャルセッションの方を始めていきたいと思います。画面を、スピーカーの皆様、画面をオンにしていただいてよろしいですか？スピーチお疲れ様でした。できればミュートもオンにしていただいて大丈夫です。オンじゃない、オフにしていただいて大丈夫です。今回スペシャルセッションでインタビュアーを務めます。藤原美優です。よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
お願いします。
インタビューはおのおのにさせていただくんですが、せっかくの機会なので皆さんなんかこうたくさんお話しして雑談のような形で進めていければなと思っております。それでは早速ですが、まず最初に1ターム目として3番スピーカーの中澤幸輝さん、6番スピーカーの須藤香奈さん、9番スピーカーの川村梨沙さんにインタビューを始めていきます。質問の内容は最近ハマっていることについてです。それでは早速ですが、中澤さんから聞きたいかなと思います。準備はよろしいでしょうか？
はい、大丈夫です。
中澤さん、最近ハマっていることについて教えてください。
そうですね、最近ハマっているというか、過去に、その自粛前にハマろうとしていたことがあって、それが家から出て、ちゃんと外で自分の作業をするっていうことにハマろうとしてました。
カフェとかで
そうですね。最近まだコロナの患者が増えてきて、外に行くことがなかなか難しくなってきたんですけれど、以前は自分に1週間スタバに毎日行くとか、そういうミッションを設けて、毎日スタバとかカフェとかそういうところで行って、大学の課題だったり、就活だったり、なんですかね、そういうもろもろの作業、スピーチもそうですね、やってました。
なんでその家でわざわざ出かけようと思ったんですか？
そうですね、家にいるとマジでちょっとだらけちゃって自分いやマジでなんか横になっちゃってすぐ寝ちゃうんですよだからもう確実にもうあんまり寝れないような場所で生産性というか効率がいいなと思ってなんか外に出るようになりましたね。
じゃあコロナの間外に出れなかったらお家で大変じゃないですか？
めちゃめちゃ大変ですよ。単位落としちゃいましたもん。落としちゃいましたし、課題とかめっちゃ出し忘れちゃってめっちゃ大変でした。
いや面白いですね。最近盛り上がってきてよかったです。不安だったんですけど。じゃあ次に、6番スピーカーの須藤香奈さん、同じく最近ハマっていることについて教えてください。
はい、私が最近ハマっていることは、YouTube でお笑い芸人を見ることです。一番ハマってるのは、何年か前のキングオブコントで優勝した花子ってグループがあるんですけど、知りますか？
わかります。
よかったです。ズーム使ってネタやってる時があって、ドッペルゲンガーっていうコントがあって、それで花子の人がバイトの面接でズームでやりますってやったら自分と全く同じ顔の人がバイトの面接に来てみたいな何回も見て笑ってます。
面白いですね。他に花子の他にちょっとコアだけどおすすめとかあります？他に
もうそのズーム使ってるから同じ顔いくつも出せるんですよ、録画機能を使えば。なので六つ子の兄弟みたいな、四つ子の兄弟のインタビューみたいなやつで全員同じ顔だから誰が誰だか分かんないんですけど、僕ですかみたいな、全員同じみたいなのがちょっと好きですね。本当に面白いんで。はい。
ちょっと後で検索してます。多分花子ズームとか調べたら出てきますよね。
すぐ出てくると思います。
めっちゃ。
今日のご飯の時に YouTube を見ながらやりたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
はい。キューバスピーカーの川村理沙さん、最近ハマってることは何ですか？
いっぱい今こう2人のスピーカーさんがこう話してる時に考えてたんですけど、美容針っていう顔に刺す針にはまってましてなんか顔がちっちゃくなるんですよ。で、まあハマってるというか、まあハマってます。反応に困られてるけど。
痛くないですか？そして。
なんか、カンさんからインスタにそういうのばっかりあげてるっていうタレコミが入って
そうそうそう。なんかこう、自分をいたわることにハマってるというか、なんかもう整体だったり、こう針だったり、なんか自分をこういたわり続けて、なんだろう、ストレス発散じゃないけど、そういうのハマってます。
すごい。美容針。わもうなんか。
でもここに刺しすぎてウーパールーパーみたいになるっていう。
痛くないですか？なんか痛そうとか思ってそう。
なんか、なんだろう。痛いの、ちょっとなんか全然注射の方が痛いかもしれない。
注射を一気に何本も刺されるみたいな、そんな感じなんですね。
なんかめっちゃ注射針のもうなんか何分の1みたいな。ちょっと忘れちゃったけど。なんかあんまりそこまで痛くない。なんかちょっとつねられるぐらい。
なんかいいな。
顔ちっちゃくなるのおすすめです。男性もこういるらしいです。
めっちゃやりたいです。めっちゃ
ちょっと私に言ってもらえればこう初回割引9000円引きのやつがあるんでウィンウィンになりましょう。
弱い。
すぎて。
見たい人は有沙さんまで聞いていただければ。みんな
します。
いいですね。
いや、面白かった。お二人も盛り上がってすごく楽しい、なんか1ターム目になりました。皆さんありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
これで1ターム目のインタビューは終わりになるので、皆さん、ありますか？ブレイクアウトルームに参加するみたいなボタン出てきました。じゃあそこから先ほど言ったスピーカールームに戻っていただいて大丈夫です。
はい、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。楽しかったです。
よかったです。ちょっとトイレ行ってきてもいい？ それでは4人全員揃ったみたいなので、スペシャルセッションを始めていきたいと思います。2ターン目始めていきたいと思います。皆さんよろしければ、ミュートを解除していただいていいですか？大丈夫ですか？それでは皆さんスピーチお疲れ様でした。今回、スペシャルセッションでインタビュアーを務めさせていただきます藤原美優です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
インタビューの方は4人全員に同じ質問を各々にしていく形になるんですけれども、せっかくの機会なので皆さんたくさんお話しして雑談のような形で進めていければなと思っております。結構1ターン目がかなり盛り上がったので、皆さんも楽しくお話ししていただければなと思います。それでは、早速ですが、1番スピーカーの益子沢さんから、質問をしていきたいと思います。質問の内容は皆さん同じで、生まれ変わったら何になりたいですかっていう質問です。ちょっと難しい。それでは最初すいません。益子さんからお願いします。
はい、音は聞こえておりますでしょうか？
聞こえてます。
聞こえてますか？はい、私はですね、生まれ変わったら猫になりたいなと思っております。
いいですね。
はい、理由も言っちゃっていい感じですか？はい、私近くに河原があって、最近よく散歩するんですけど、その河原沿いにも猫がすごい気持ちよさそうにいて、なんか何も考えてないっていうか、なんか自由だなと思ったので、ちょっと次は猫になりたいなと思ってます。
自由な生活を楽しみたいみたいな感じですか？
はい、そうですね。はい。
猫飼ってるとかではないんですか？
そうなんですよ。飼ってないので、なんかよく言われるんですけど、でもすごい猫自体は好きで、なんかインスタのやつとかもひたすら猫を漁ってます。
この4人の方々の中で猫を飼ってる方とかいないんですか？いないんだ。いや、私も飼ってないので特にあ
なかなか犬とかの方が多いかもですね。
確かに犬の方が多いかも。でもいいです。私はインスタでたくさん可愛い猫の動画とかいいねして癒されるために見てます。
同じです。
なんか共通点が見つかって嬉しいです。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。では次に5番スピーカーの森井東華さんに同じように質問、生まれ変わったら何になりたいですかっていうのを聞きたいんですけど、大丈夫ですか？お願いします。
はい、難しかったんですけど決めるのがけど生まれ変わるんだったらクジラになりたいなって思ってて、でなんかもともと海普通に好きだなっていうのと、あと大きい体で遠くまで泳いだり海泳いだりとか、あとなんか普通にかっこいいし、なんか泳ぐプールを習ってたんですけど、水泳を習ってたんですけど、そんな上手に泳げないので、なんか生まれ変わってクジラになっていろんななんか遠いところとかも泳いでいけたらいいなって思ってクジラに選びました。
なんかすごいスケールが大きくてすごいですね。いいと思います。なんかファインディングにもとか見たことありますか？
ありますあります。
あれでなんかクジラ出てくるじゃないですか。
はい。
なんかジンベエさんも出てくるし、キャラクターのドリーがクジラと会話するシーンとかもあるじゃないですか。なんか私はクジラって言われて、なんか真っ先にそれが思い浮かびました。クジラ語わかります？クジラ。なんかドリーが話すクジラ語ってあるんですよ。
ありましたっけ？そんな。
もし生まれ変わってクジラになった時にきっと役立つと思います。
じゃあもう今から勉強します、クジラ語。じゃあ勉強しときます、生まれ変わった時のために。
ぜひ、なんかとっても簡単なので。とっても簡単な。
ファインディングにも見直すところから始めます。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
それでは、次に7番スピーカーの杉山美優さんに、生まれ変わったら何になりたいか聞きたいと思います。じゃあ、お願いします。
はい、私も猫は猫なんですけど、YouTuber のヒカキンさんが飼ってる猫わかりますか？丸尾智彦。わかりますかね？生まれ変わるなら丸尾になりたいなと思って、要するにお金持ちの家で飼われてる猫になりたいってことです。やっぱ猫もいろいろ種類があるじゃないですか。野良猫とかいろいろいますけど、お金持ちの猫ってめっちゃいい生活してますよ。
そうなんですか。
そう、なんかティファニーのお皿でご飯とか食べてるから、猫でも。
人間でも
そうで、なんかめっちゃね、いいご飯食べて、ね、いいもの与えられて、すごい綺麗なお家で、大理石の家に住んでますからね、床が。丸尾かなっていう。
なんか益子さんも猫になりたいっておっしゃってたんですけど、それと方向性がなんか全然違う。
はい、ちょっとそんな可愛らしく普通の猫でなんかのんびり過ごしたいとかじゃなくて、やっぱお金がないとね、お金持ちの家の猫じゃないと。
めっちゃ面白かったです、今聞いてて。確かにと思いました。
富豪の家に生まれ変わりたいです。
益子さんも若干揺らいでるのが面白い。
揺らぎましたね。
今度ちょっとヒカキンさんのやつチェックして、ティファニーのお皿で食べてる猫。それがいいな。なんで人間やってるんだろうと思いそうですね。
思います、思います。人間ではもっと、人間より食費かかってると思います。
こんなちっちゃいお皿ですよね。だって。
なんか、すごいいいお皿。特注とかでなんか、いいの。
想像つかないですね、
欲しい。私もお金持ちの猫になりたい。
面白い。いや、面白い答えありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。すいません、こんなんで。
いや、とても面白かった。じゃあ最後に、10番スピーカーの森ゆりさんに、生まれ変わったら何になりたいか聞きたいと思います。
はい。
ちゃんお願いします。
聞こえてますか？
はい、聞こえてます。
はい。なんか皆さんが面白いこと言った後に言うのも全然面白くないんですけど、私は生まれ変わったらもう素直に人間になりたい、また生まれ変わりたいなって思いました。なんか、最初食べ物とかも考えたんですよ。美味しい食べ物になったらどうなるかなとか。だけど、なんか食べられちゃって終わりだし、あと動物は寿命が人間より短いもんなとか思って人間にしました。
じゃあやっぱ寿命が長い方がお金持ちの猫よりも良かった？
なんか長く生きたくてとりあえず。
目標は何歳まで生きることなんですか？
できれば120歳ぐらいまで生きたいです。
いいです。そんなに長く生きて何がしたいの？いや、ごめん、否定してるわけじゃない。
なんかとりあえず死ぬのが怖いので。
思ったより消極的な理由だった。いいよね。でも長く生きたらその変わっていく世界をずっと眺めてられるから、なんかいいおばあちゃんになりそうだね。よし。じゃあ時間もちょうど10分くらい経ったので、これで2ターム目のインタビューを終わりたいと思います。皆さんなんかいろいろ面白い意見をありがとうございました。とても楽しかったです。
ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。
それでは、ブレイクアウトルームに参加のところから先ほどいたスピーカールームの方に戻っていただいてもよろしいですか？
ごめんなさい、これどうやってやったんだっけ？
右下くらいにこうなんか四角い。
ブレーカー、あ、これか。ありました。
あ、よかったです。皆さん、スピーチお疲れ様でした。聞こえますでしょうか？
はい、聞こえます。
はい、ありがとうございます。今回、スペシャルセッションでインタビューを務めます藤原美優です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
インタビューは同じ3人に同じ質問をしていきたいんですが、おのおのにするんですが、その雑談みたいな感じで皆さん楽しくお話ししていただければと思います。
はい。
では、3ターン目の皆さんには、もしその未来に行けるタイムマシンがあるとしたら、皆さんはどんな未来に行ってみたいですかという質問をさせていただきたいと思います。ちょっと難しいかなと思うんですけど、どんな世界に行きたいかみたいなざっくりした感じでも大丈夫です。それでは最初に2番スピーカーの松井涼子さんから答えていただきたいなと思います。大丈夫ですか？
どんな未来現実にありそうなことってことですか？
なくても大丈夫です。なんかもうドラえもんがやる世界みたいなもいいけど、ありそうなのだったらそっちの方がいいのかな。
なんだろうな。なんか友達の未来が知りたいです。ちょっと自分のは怖いから知りたくないんで友達のなんか未来に行ってなんか誰と結婚してるとかあとはなんだろうな。あとなんか未来でなんだろうな。流行るものとかなんか未来に起こることを知ってなんか今書くみたいなそれでなんか将来に使ってめっちゃすごいやつになるみたいなことしたいです
競馬めっちゃ勝つ人みたいな。
確かに。掛け事やったらめっちゃ強いかもしれない。
なんかバックトゥーザフューチャー見たことある人います？ないかな。
私
なんかバックトゥーザフューチャーなんかその未来に行った人がその競馬じゃないんですけど、その掛け事で勝ちたくてなんかその掛け事の結果が載ってる方を持ち帰ろうとするっていうシーンがあるんですけど、今すごいそれが私は思い浮かびました。競馬で勝ちたいみたいな。
でもなんか自分なんかこれ僕も少しなんかちょっとちゃちゃ入れていいですか？いやなんか自分の未来を知りたくないけど友達の未来知りたいってなってさ、その友達の未来だけ知るってなったらそれも絶縁してるってことじゃねっていう、それはそれで悲しいなって思ったんだけど。
確かに。
だって自分が出てこないってことはさ、
いや頑張って知らないように。
寂しい未来じゃないそれ。
いや頑張って知らないように。
ああ、なるほどね。もうシャットアウトするんだ。
シャットアウトする。
いや、ありがとうございます。ジャコちゃん、ありがとう。じゃあ次、さっきチャチャを入れていただいた、キャンバススピーカーのペテラランドさんに同じ質問で、どんな未来ですか？
そうですね。いや、なんか、僕は、なんだろう。AI が人間を超えるって言われてるんですけど、確かなんか2040何ぼ年くらいかに、そういう未来見てみたいなっていうふうに思ってて、でもなんか人間が必要じゃなくなった世界ってどうなるんやろうっていうのが今すごく気になってるって感じですね。それが見てみたい。
なんか 変わってますね。
変わってます？気になりません？
じゃあ人間がいらなくなった世界ですの。人間が何をしてるかってこと？
そうですね。いや、なんかそれがすごく気になって。いや、なんか、個人的になんか今の流れだったらまだこの話出せるなっていう、なんか許容範囲っていう判断のもとやったんですけど、実は結構それてな説が、ちょっと悲しい。
全然そんなことないです。そんなことないです。
人間いらなくなった世界見たらさ、なんかもう生きる意味見失わない。
だからなんか本格的にいらなくなってもう死ぬしかないってなったらさ、そこまでをもうできるだけ楽しく生きようってなるわけじゃん。ただ逆に労働しなくていいみたいなさ、そういうパラダイスが待ってるんだったら、それでも精一杯楽しく生きようってなんのか。
ポジティブだ。
もうただただ興味の話になってきた説があるな、俺。
いや、でも、ポジティブですね。私はなんか、何もしなくていいやと思ったら、何もしないでいいやと思っちゃう。なんか、AI がそのうちなんかやってくれるかなって思いそうだけど、それまで精一杯生きるっていうのはかっこいいですね。なんで笑うの？
いやもうすいません、なんか流れ破壊しちゃいましたね、俺多分これ。申し訳ないです、本当に。
流れを作る役だったんだよ。
やったわ。ごめんね、由美子、マジで。この後って。
大丈夫。
由美子いける？
どうしよう。なんかみんな2人の聞く前まではすごい普通のなんかコロナが終わった世界とか出たんですけど、つまんなって思って自分。
でも今一番見たいものではある。
ね、
確かに。みんなマスク外して生活してる場面。
じゃあコロナが終わった世界で一番最初に何がしたいですか？
最初に何だろう。マスクを取りたいですね。マスクを取りたいです。マスクしちゃうとなんか苦しくないですか？結構。
それはわかる。
なのでマスクを取りたいです。
取りたい。
でもなんか取っただけだったら何も起こらない。すごい密集したなんかフェスに行きたいとかそういうなんか大きな願いはない。
行きたいですね。そうですね。ありがとうございます。
なんか誘導しちゃった。
いや、助かりました。
助かりました。
目の前の小さなことに幸せを見つける由美子さんっていう、そういうあれ。
いいまとめだと。
そういうキャラ付け。
ありがとうございます。
初のスペシャルセッションだって。こういうキャラで行こうっつって。マスク外したい。
ちょっと待って。楽しい。
なんか初めての試みだったんですけど、なんかいいですね、スペシャルセッション。こうなんか皆さんの人間性とか、なんかこう考えてることみたいな、結構浮き彫りになることが分かって、楽しかったですね。では、時間も10分くらい経ったので、これで、3ターン目というか、すべての、スペシャルセッションを終わりたいと思います。皆さん参加の方、本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
楽しかったです。
上の方も本当にありがとうございます。お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様です。
それでは、右下の方にブレイクアウトセッションに参加みたいな4つの資格のやつありますか？
はい、あります。
そしたら、先ほど言ったスピーカールームの方に入っていただけますか？それで終わりです。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
Ladies and gentlemen, the closing ceremony will start in a few minutes. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the judges have finished deciding today's winners. Let us begin the closing ceremony. To speakers, please continue to turn off your camera. The judges will give us some comment. Firstly, Mr. Matthew Miller will give us some comment. Mr. Miller, please.
Hello, everyone. First, I'd like to give a special thank you to our hosts here at Tsuda University. You guys have done an amazing job. Everything has gone really smoothly and it's been really fun. So thank you very much for organizing and doing this speech contest. And of course, I want to thank my fellow honorable judges. We always have such a good time together and I'm happy to be with them again. And a thank you to all of our speakers. We know how much hard work you put into your speeches and practicing them, and we really appreciate it. And we enjoyed your presentations today. I'd also like to say that, you know, the speeches that we heard today, your English was excellent, and the topics you chose were all very interesting. And I think you should be really proud of that. You know, you wouldn't have been invited to the speech contest unless you were really, really good speakers. So I think you can be confident in knowing that you are all really good speakers. But how do you become excellent speakers? I think I've got some advice for you on how to become an excellent speaker. I think generally all of you need to think about improving content. You know, your English is good, your presentation skills are pretty good. The content is where I see a lot of improvement needed. What I see in your speeches are like, you know, you've got your introduction and then you've got, I don't know, 4 or 5 or 6 paragraphs that tell us about the background of your topic. And then in the next to last paragraph, you give us the suggestion or the opinions, the really important and interesting information. And I think you should do the opposite. What I would like to see you do is, of course, have your introduction, have maybe 1 paragraph of background information. Usually we know something about your topic already. You don't need to be giving us so much background information. 1 paragraph. Then maybe have a paragraph of a personal story or offering some research that you found about your topic. And then I'd like to see the majority of your speech really focus on the most important and interesting and useful part of your topic, whether it's a suggestion of what to do, how to make things better, whether it's showing us various opinions about an issue, or giving us something useful that we can take with us after the speech. So think about that the next time you're choosing a topic and writing your speech. What is it that's most important, most useful, most interesting? Focus on that and really expand it. We don't need all of this background information. I feel like we're getting a little bit too much of a description and like I said, background information. We don't need so much. What we need is the meat of your speech, which is usually your suggestion of what to do about your topic or your issue. Okay, so again, thank you very much. And I look forward to talking with each one of you at the reception. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next, Mr. Yuya Kubota will give us some comment. Mr. Kubota, please.
Okay, Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, and of course, speakers. Congratulations for your wonderful speeches. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed all of your speeches. And the audience who are watching at us via YouTube. And of course, thank you, my fellow judges, Mr. Miller and Ms. Kanada. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the time with you. And of course, the hosts, the executive members, Arima-san and Yamaguchi-san especially, thank you very much for supporting us. We had a wonderful time listening to the speeches and judging. And as a judge, I would like to mention 2 points. Number 1 is that know your audience. And number 2 is that motivate the audience to follow your idea. So number 1, okay, let's go to number 1. Know your audience. So it is essential to make your ideal situation as clear as possible so that we could share the same image, same things, what we need to do. And to do so, speaker, you need to imagine who is going to listen to your speech. Like, as for the Sumeko Cup, we have university students and also we adults as the audience, and also native speakers and non-native speakers, men and women. So you have to think about who is going to listen to your speech. So imagine that and know your audience to create the roadmap for your ideal situation. And number 2 is that motivate your audience to follow your idea. So to do so, first, you need to clarify what you want to do us, the audience, to tackle with the huge problem in the society. So I want you to show the clear image of what you want us to do, and then make us feel like we want to do that. Inspire the audience to take your suggestions. So like, if you do this, like, then you can get this kind of thing as a return or things like that, you know? Because today audience listen to 10 speeches and maybe the audience are too busy to carry out all the 10 suggestions. So you need to motivate the audience to follow your idea. You need to show that your suggestion is attractive enough, has a benefit for the audience. So motivate the audience to follow your idea. That's the second point. Okay, so very brief comments, but yeah, I really enjoyed today's all of the speeches. And well, this is my last time to judge the this year's speech contest. So maybe a bit early, but Merry Christmas and have a Happy New Year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kubota. Lastly, Ms. Masumi Kanada will give us some comment. Ms. Kanada, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Good evening. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone had a really good time today. I surely did. Thank you, organizers, for this wonderful contest during this crazy period of COVID-19. I know it was really difficult to do a contest through Zoom, but it was a really nice opportunity or experience for me to actually participate in this contest as a judge. And I never thought that I would have this cassage put on me while I'm at home. So I'm really excited to have this. Thank you all the speakers. You guys did a very good job, although it was through online. Everyone used the camera very effectively. I can tell that all of you had practiced a lot. And, actually I had 3 points to say, but then Mr. Miller and Mr. Kubota pretty much said 2 points of it. So I'm just gonna add a little bit and elaborate on my fellow judges' comments. Well, my point was I wanted you to think, after you write your speech, I wanted you to rethink about your solution. And one thing was about the audience, which Mr. Kubota mentioned. I want you to actually know who your audience is. And if you're leaving anyone out of your solution, and if you are, you have to think of how you can include the people you kind of left out in your solution into the topic, be a relevant person of your topic. And maybe you don't have to put that on your content, but you have to be able to answer that in your question and answers really clearly so that we can understand that you also have those people in your mind and you have analyzed those points. And my second point was, well, what is your vision? And well, Mr. Miller and Mr. Kubota already told you that, but to elaborate on that, I want you not only to make your vision and ideal clear, and I think it will help you clear your ideas by analyzing your issues from different approaches, maybe from as a human, or maybe as a country or a government, or as an individual, or as a student, or as a businessman. You have to look at the topic from different person or different perspectives, and then imagine what is the vision, and then how to accomplish that vision for those people, or how they can interact to make this vision actually a real. And then my third point, which is your solution really realistic? And what I mean here is you need to avoid the audience to think, okay, it's easier said than done. You have to avoid that. You have to give them a clear image of what to take home, or what they can do from today or tomorrow or a specific time. So you want the audience to think, I can do this when I get home, or I can do that while I'll do this or that. So you have to be clear. You have to make solid solutions, specific solutions that we can actually put in practice, or actually have in mind as we live. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, wait, one more thing. For maybe no one mentioned about delivery. I think all of you guys did very well, but for your hand motions, although you are on camera, so if you move your hands right here, we understand that you're moving your hand a little, but we can't really see it. So if you're doing it online, make sure that your hand motion or your facial expressions actually fits in the screen, so we can all see how you are moving. That'll be pretty much it. Thank you very much. It was a wonderful experience, a wonderful contest to finish up my year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kanada. Next, I'd like to introduce the prizes for the winners. The audience prize winner will receive a trophy. The third prize winner will receive a catalog for a meal and a trophy. The second prize winner will receive a pair of experience ticket and a trophy. The first prize winner will receive a pair of cruising ticket and the Umeko Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting time has come. I'd like to announce the winners of this contest. If your name is called, please turn on your camera. The prizes are awarded by Ms. Kahua Rima, the Executive Chairperson of the 80th Umeko Cup. First, I'd like to announce the audience prize winner. The audience prize The audience prize winner is Ms. Ryoko Matsui from Hosei University ESS. Congratulations.
Okay. This is to certify that Ms. Ryoko Matsui has been awarded the audience prize in the 18th Tsuda University Intercollegiate English Speech Contest for the Umeko Cup. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ms. Matsui. Next, I'd like to announce the third prize winner. The third prize. The first prize winner is Ms. Yuri Mori from Tsuda University ESS. Congratulations.
Certificate. This is to certify that Ms. Yuri Mori has been awarded the third prize in the 18th Tsuda University Intercollegiate English Speech Contest for the Umeko Cup. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ms. Mori. Next, I'd like to announce the second prize winner. The second prize. The second prize winner is Ms. Toka Mori from Waseda University ESA. Congratulations.
Certificate. This is to certify that Ms. Toka Mori has been awarded the second prize in the 18th Tsuda University Intercollegiate English Speech Contest for the Umeko Cup. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ms. Mori. Lastly, I'd like to announce the first prize winner of the 18th Tsuda University Intercollegiate English Speech Contest for the Umeko Cup. The first prize winner is Ms. Arisa Kawamura from Waseda University ESS. Congratulations.
Certificate. This is to certify that Ms. Arisa Kawamura has been awarded the first prize in the 18th Tsuda University Intercollegiate English Speech Contest for the Umeko Cup. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Kawamura. I'd like to ask the winner of 18th Umeko Cup, Ms. Kawamura, to give us the winner's comment. Ms. Kawamura, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, and all the organizers of this contest. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I'm really honored to be to win the Umeko trophy, and I really wanted to win this trophy especially for this contest because the senior, who's Ishimoto Ryo-san, had helped me a lot to review my script a lot. So, and he's also the one who won the first prize for the Umeko Cup. So I'm really happy, and I just want to text him right now that I won this prize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kawamura. Next, we would like to thank the judges who have so kindly joined us today in spite of their busy schedule. We will also send gift of appreciation later. Thank you, speakers, for all of your great effort. All those inspiring speeches proved how much effort you put into preparing for today.
いやー、いきなり今日の梅子杯、めっちゃ良かったね。ちょっとお腹減ったからどっかに締めいかん？
あ、二郎系あんじゃん。二郎系行こう。
二郎めっちゃいいね。あ、こんにちは。
いらっしゃい。お客さん、盛り付けは？
せーの。
野菜に肉、油、マッシュ、マシで。はい、お待ち。お疲れ。お水はセルフです。
前の店のこと忘れろ。
松井涼子は
しっかりしてて、
話しやすくて、
英語が上手で、
時期売地で、今期活躍してて、最強で、
いつも可愛くて最高。涼子、お疲れ。
後期、
梅子杯。
お疲れ様。
1年間の長いチーフ、お疲れ様でした。
津田が女になってしまって大変な中、一生懸命考えてくれて、ここまでスピセクを引っ張ってきてくれました。頑張っている後期の姿があったからこそ、同期も後輩も一生懸命頑張ってくれました。
1年間本当にありがとう。
ありがとう。お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。
How do you do, mate? Do you get nervous? I think you don't, but maybe you do. Anyway, I can say this with utmost confidence that you will blow the mind of all the audiences away and bring a change to this world and change everything. So, yeah, just good luck and let's make plans to hang out and to get some beers or fish and chips. Yeah, good luck.
どうか梅子杯お疲れ様。ゆっくりお風呂入って焚き火食べて休んでね。
どうか梅子杯お疲れ様。イェイ。
バイバイ。
バイバイ。
の。
かのお疲れ様。
かののか。
かっこいいスピーチの後は、
かのの
のんびり休んでね。
お疲れ。
マリー。
梅子杯。
せーの。お疲れ様でした。
違う。
Hi there. I'm so glad you've gone through mountains of Mensafa and finally are standing there to share the visions you have cherished. I'm so proud of you. So just relax and let your voice heard. You can make it. It's gonna be all right. And actually, I can't wait to see you delivering your speech during the bloody Sokai. Bye.
リカちゃん、スピーチの大会お疲れ様でした。スピーチの大会ということで、スピーチとスピーチがバトルする。これ、準将の言葉と言葉の決勝戦よね。お疲れ。
ゆりちゃん、梅子杯のステージお疲れ様でした。初めてのオープン大会は自分の納得パフォーマンスで楽しめましたか？きっと努力家で謙虚で素直なゆりちゃんのことだから、今日もいろんなスピーカーさんだったり、ジャッジ様のお話を聞いていっぱい刺激を受けて、またリライト頑張りますって嬉しそうに話してくれるんだろうなって想像すると、ゆりちゃんのこれからが楽しみで仕方ありません。不思議なことにまだ一回も直接会ったことがないから、状況が落ち着いたら今度一緒にご飯とか行きましょう。いろんなプレッシャーだったり不安に押しつぶされてどっと疲れたと思うので、今日はゆっくり休んでください。本当にお疲れ様でした。
Lastly, we would like to close today's contest with the closing address given by Ms. Kaho Arima, the Executive Chairperson of the 18th Meiko Cup.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to deliver this closing address as Executive Chairperson for the 18th Student University Intercollegiate English Speech Contest for the Umeko Cup. First of all, I would like to show my deepest gratitude to distinguished judges, Mr. Matthew Miller, Mr. Yuya Kubota, and Ms. Masumi Kanada. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Without you, we couldn't hold this contest. As this is the first time that we have held this contest via Zoom, I imagine it must have given you some challenges and inconvenience. But thanks to your hard work, the things have smoothly proceeded. Thank you very much for all your effort. And today's 10 speakers, thank you so much for joining today and sharing your wonderful stories with us. I was very impressed by the strong messages that each of you delivered. And we could clearly see the vision that each of you hold for our society. Sky Lantern, illuminate the future with your healing vision. With the image of releasing lanterns into the sky with the hope of a brighter future, we chose this concept. Due to the spread of COVID-19 pandemic, it seems like we are living in a period of darkness. However, we believe that the speech has the power to write up our brighter future. And today's 10 speakers definitely showed us some glimpses of the light that can build our future. Thank you very much. And for the organizers, thank you very much for helping me and supporting me a lot. Since I was joining several speech contests as a speaker, I must have given you some inconvenience. But you always helped me, and I cannot express how much I cannot express how much I appreciate you. And especially Natsun, thank you very much. Without you, I couldn't make it. And since the third grade students were only me and Natsun, many juniors helped me a lot. Thank you very much. And I'm sure that the next year's Umeko Cup will be more successful. Lastly, once again, I would like to say thank you to everyone who involved in this contest directly or indirectly. Thank you very much. I would like to show my deepest gratitude to everyone. Thank you very much.
Now, the 18th to the University Intercollegiate English Speech Contest for the Umeko Cup is all over. Thank you very much for your cooperation and attention. We hope to see you all at the 19th Umeko Cup in 2021. Thank you. 以上をもちまして、第18回津田塾大学梅子杯争奪学生英語弁論大会を終了いたします。本日